this position, this budget. That's how it's going to be. That's how one FTE. That's how one FTE. Because that's just.
Test, so.
It's great.
Anyway, how to get there? The road's down horrible this afternoon, yeah, we were actually in our budget meeting here for that. Yeah, the roads especially really gone really bad, I know, that's like especially, like 3 cars, and my neighbor's car lives on our hill for like 47 years, yeah. 3 of their cars got stuck and then it was that bad, you know, they have to do, like they're, you know, like. Monterey's just like, wherever they all have to, I understand, I was trying to go down the hill and I saw, I was like, okay, I can go. Turn around and go back up, yeah, so, and then I went for a walk, instead on roads and sugars, yeah, it was that slick, like suddenly, like I think suddenly, like something about the temperature, yeah, really. And also very different stuff, I know it, you know, so, but yeah, no, it was good, I know it was good. So originally I was these sauces over it, right? Yeah, but I didn't want to be outside, it's no worries and stuff, it's like very easily. What is the dress? What is the dress meeting this month? You saw Gina's gonna be by the. So why are we doing 4 chairs on the 10th? Oh, the 17th. Amy, we have. Insurance. No, the budget meeting just ended. So we have an insurance thing, but it has to be done before, well, yeah, 16th. That's why we talked about just doing it 16th. I'm on the.
Yeah. Gina, if you see Gina, if I'm on, you can let her in as a panelist too. If she's on. Gina, you might see Gina on, Gina.
It's not that, yeah.
So,
Yeah, this month's always earlier.
It's not. Next.
yeah. All right, you ready?
Budget committee.
All right, going to call our meeting to order at 6:15. First item is our agenda review. I think we have a couple items to add to the agenda tonight.
Yes. We add the ELA review.
Okay.
And we have one other. To, update for the agreement. Eventually.
Yeah, we wanna, so I wanna do it in 2 parts. The first part would be to go into, executive session and talk about the tentative agreement. And then when we come back out to have a vote on it. And I see Gina is with us now. If you could move over to panelists, that would be awesome.
Okay, moving on, public comments. Anyone from the public like to? Any, does anyone else see any? There we go. Okay. So I'm just move right into our. Just get right into our budget presentation. It's not going to be a formal presentation tonight. The documents are here. There's been a lot of moving numbers, I think is
Just to bring everyone up to speed, the first, as you may recall, our budget guidelines that we approved earlier this fall was a 3% increase before any negotiated settlement. We will be going into non-public tonight to discuss the settlement that was negotiated. We'll be approving that, so. That being said, the budget to date has not included any increases for the new teacher contract, so it's basically just taking only the step and track increases out the additional percentage increase that we negotiated in the contract negotiations. And our budget guidelines had recommended a budget increase before any settlement amounts were added in of 3% increase versus last year's. As you may recall, then the budgets that came out initially were showing over a 9% increase. It went down a little bit last November, at our last meeting. But we were still almost, I think it was 6 or 7% increase. So we asked Sean and his team to go back and see what it would look like if we. If we were to stick to the budget guidelines of a 3% increase, which he kindly did with Robin and team over the past few days. I think keeping in mind that we don't have, this is just our budget, so as in Vermont, we don't know what the tax rate is gonna be yet until we get the yield number, the long-term ADM number, as well as the revenue numbers that all determine the tax rate. But again, all we normally can do is just manage our own budget at this point until we start getting into deeper into December, and then we should end up having 1, 2, and sometimes 3 meetings in January. Once those numbers all land from the state, the yield number did come out. Monday. So that came out. But again, so we can throw some numbers in. It doesn't actually look good from the start, which is surprising, I guess. But there's a lot of other moving parts with regards to the student count and the revenues that might change that. At least as our tax rate implication goes. So anyways, all that being said, Neil, do you want to maybe just go through? So again, we asked the administration to go back, get us down to a 3% budget, which is that's what's presented here is the in the supporting documents. It's all very detailed, line by line, department by department, but if you cut all the way to the last page, you'll see that we are now at a 3.11% increase for the 26-27 year. Now, what that includes to get to that number from our last budget includes the following assumptions. It's a rather long, so you can go through it.
Sure, I can give it a go, and then, Sean or other, please correct me if I captured any of this inaccurately. So, as Garrett mentioned, the initial budget came in at about 9.5% increase. We asked Sean and the administration to go back, consider some reductions, to get it into the budget guideline of 3%. Team took a look, it required reductions of just over $458,000 in order to get us down to around 3%. And those reductions right now would include removing the proposed addition of a district social worker. That was gonna be a 1 FTE, I believe that's gonna be shared across all 4 districts. So 0.25 of that FTE would have been attributed to Norwich. We're proposing removing that position. Next, a proposal to remove one of the 2 building subs. So that would be a 1 FTE reduction in building subs, leaving us with 1 for next year.
And sorry, I just made a comment. So just to be clear, we only had 1 today.
Yes.
So the idea was to, like a second building sub, and we taking someone from the classroom into that building sub, so. It was gonna be not reduce any FTEs, but this would actually reduce that FTE.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So, yeah. Proposed budget to proposed budget, version 2 to version 3, right? Next would be the removal of a tech integration position. Which I believe falls into that same category. It was proposed in an initial version of the budget, but now we're looking at removing that position. They were a 0.5 FTE reduction in special education. A 0.5 reduction in the math coach. 1.0 FTE reduction in kindergarten teachers. That would potentially bring us from 3 sections down to 2. A 0.2 FTE reduction in art. And then moving on, so to the pre-K program, considering a 1 FTE reduction in the classroom teacher position in pre-K, so going from 2 teachers to 1 teacher there. And then along with that, a reduction of 2 ed assistants in the pre-K program. Did I get that right, Sean? One reduction of 1 ed assistant in the pre-K program. A little bit more pencil sharpening then on some other non-personnel areas of the budget. Gas for our busing service. We anticipated we could reduce that by about 5K based on prior utilization of that line item. Field trips, looking to make a reduction of $12,000 in field trips. That would not zero out that line item, that would leave $15,000 in the field trip line item. $5,000 reduction in assemblies. That would leave that line item at $6,000, so also not zeroing that out. And then finally, reduction in maintenance costs of $21,000. While we still do believe that we'll be able to achieve some of the roof repairs that are needed in the building, even for that reduction. So these potential reductions would bring the budget increase in at 3.11% versus the 9.55 that we saw in the previous version of the budget. We do note that, the pre-K program, so essentially having that pre-K program, we would be able to serve probably 17 to 18 students rather than 35, 36 that we were planning on for the next year. I would note then for those students that we were not able to accommodate, whether Norwich residents, right, they then would be allowed funding to go to another pre-K provider, in the area. And we would then need to provide funding for that 10 hours a week for those students. So there is a potential cost associated with a reduction in the pre-K program, but the administration has said that if you even take that into consideration, there's still savings to be had by having the pre-K program, with the additional outflow of costs for those kids to go elsewhere. Did I summarize everything accurately?
You got everything. Out of the mouth.
So, just editorially, I will provide that I don't think anyone here at this table enjoys having to consider these reductions. This is not a position that we want to be in. I think it's a position that we sort of find ourselves forced to be in. Decisions on these potential reductions, I wouldn't say nothing is being decided this evening, right? No final decisions will be made. That hard work will continue through the first couple of weeks in January. As this body debates where we want to go with the budget, what reductions, if any, we want to bring forward. And hopefully within the next couple of weeks, we'll be able to provide some more forecasting on the potential tax rate. We did get some key pieces of information from the state on Monday, the property yield, the tax commissioner's property yield letter, but we are missing still some other figures that are crucial in determining that tax rate, most notably figures for our long-term weighted ADM count, which we received from the Agency of Education. Who apparently still continues to have problems, developing that number. Even the number from last year has not apparently been completely validated. So we are, left in a position where, we are missing some key pieces of data in order to give this community a better sense of what the tax rate increase would be for this budget that we're considering at this moment. Sorry, that's the good news, right? I'm just joking.
All right, opening it up. I think one thing that I would like to do, Sean, I think is, I think we should definitely look at the pre-K program as far as charging for that and then the implications on our long-term ADM count, rather than making sure that we understand that. And just so the public's aware, pre-K kids are counted as less than other kids in the ADM, so you're not getting full credit for them. Yet you're basically hiring, spending the same amount on them as your other kids, but you're not getting the same credit as far as your tax rate. Because they're not counted as a full ADM, if that makes sense. That's the easiest way to explain it. So reducing the pre-K does help because from that perspective, because it's hurting our ADM ratio, I think, as far as the tax rate goes, but there is also the opportunity. The state has mandated, it's a 10-hour mandate. We actually provide a full 35 hours, for just 5 days a week. What we could do is just provide the state mandated 10 and then charge above and beyond that. Which obviously, would be cost to the community, but I think when I'm looking around and saying what's their community members providing public education, there's always something of the state mandate that we need to think about that. So I think, I don't know how we run those models, Teresa, it would be interesting to see what we would do there. Obviously, we would not know how many people would enroll at a tuition rate, right? How would we come up with that, right? But it would be. Yeah, it would be interesting to see how that would work.
Yeah, run the numbers on a whole.
Obviously, then you need a teacher and stuff, right? So it's a whole model, right?
Yeah.
So you have to have a teacher, but then you have some income, ADM count. And then I wonder how the ADM count works for only, you're still gonna get, because they're only 10, you're only doing, as long as you're providing 10 hours of pre-K for them, they count now as an ADM, right?
Yeah, they're still counted in other calculations that are run through the spreadsheets,
Right.
but for the purpose of that long term and everything else, when they're plugged in, yeah, they're kind of as a negative point.
Okay,
We did something similar for Hanover too,
okay.
as we started talking about the preschool program there, so. We can, look at some potential,
Hanover is not a free school.
right? But we've been looking at putting it in as for an article for next year, so we've been looking at numbers and if they're going to charge, how much based on what people are charging in the area, so. So we can try to come up with something.
Yes. I know in another district that is that, we definitely charged for the regular ed preschool.
All right, any questions from the board? And Michael?
For those of us not serving on the budget committee, am I correct in looking at the list that Neil articulated? In that the social worker, the fractional piece of the social worker, 1 of 2 building subs. And removal of the tech integration position are removals from the budget proposal that don't change this current year. And then everything afterwards would be a reduction from what we presently do.
I'm gonna look this way.
Close.
Those.
The district social workers. We don't have that this year. Building sub is something we don't have this year. We do have a 0.4 FTE tech integrations. We have thought of moving that to 0.8. And this proposal just eliminates the position.
But
You were really close.
Yeah.
the building sub, we would still be reduced, so as far as sections go, we'd be reducing one. K through 6 section and one pre-K section, right, so the building sub is actually. The original plan was to move a full-time teacher into the building sub, that would now just be going away, so that would be the elimination of current FTE.
Right, so the position of building sub. Number 2 doesn't exist this year.
Right.
But we are losing a section of students. So we have 3 sections of 6th grade moving on, 2 sections of kindergarten coming in. And then we're bumping up 2 sections, so our 7th grade is also reducing a bit. We were going to take that position. And move it into the building sub for next year. But even though the building sub position didn't exist, the position itself was a classroom teacher position.
Got it.
And that's now gone.
It's proposed, it's on the.
Right, it's on the list, okay, the proposal has it. So you would not have a floating person in the building anymore,
We'd have to one.
you would still have one,
Yeah.
yes. I'll figure that out
And
later.
again, we will,
That's- Yeah, I classes, yes.
At the end of the night, we'll know, obviously, we'll, be looking at approving. The negotiated contract, but I think at that point, once you add that back in, you're probably looking at. High 4s to almost 5, almost 3%, right? If you have the numbers that are estimated to be added into the budget from the negotiated contract. Because of. So right now, with all this, you're probably looking at almost 5% for this. All right, any other questions from the board, Lisa?
Yeah, I'm still thinking about the pre-K, there's kind of also a philosophical aspect of it, we want our numbers of students in the building to be as high as possible. And wondering, like, is there a sense of the earlier we start them in the building, do they tend to stay? Has it mattered that we've had a if the kindergarten next year's only 2, is that just because we're in the part of the snake that hasn't swallowed anything, and the number, like, just the birth rates from 5 years ago were really low? Or is there something else happening that people are going elsewhere? I'm trying to figure out, like, I don't wanna be penny wise and pound foolish. If that makes sense, and if the pre-K helps us attract people. Is there value in that to the taxpayers in the long term, even though this term is, I'm trying to wrap my head around that too, and I agree that we should charge tuition and provide the minimal, like, all those are really great ideas, and I'd love to hear what Andrew's doing. But, would 2 half days get more kids in the building and help us have a robust kindergarten the next year? So just wondering. Yes, Greg.
I would just say that every year we have more applicants, so it's definitely not that people aren't coming. So we have full pre-Ks and we always have the last few years.
Right, I understood that, so I'm just wondering if we reduce it by half, like, I don't know,
I don't think it, sorry, but.
I just wondered what that does.
Here, John or Greg, really. At the end of the day, Norwich residents with their kids at MCS. The pre-K is nice to have, but I was a Norwich resident, we had to send our kids over because there was no pre-K.
Yeah, same here.
Then at the Montessori in Hanover, and they, you could get help from the state here, but, now I know. But I don't think I don't really think that there's a connection, because then a day, even if if we'd even offer pre-K like back in the day, kids would go all over the place, but then for kindergarten, they're from here, that's where they live.
Yeah, I guess I just remember previous conversations about pre-K that it was a moneymaker for us, so I'm certainly confused by it's not anymore. I remember previous board conversations where we were like, the more kids we can get in pre-K, the better off we are, because they come with tuition and the cost is low, and now I'm hearing that's not the case, so I guess that's also my confusion. is suddenly it's costing us money versus being something that we were literally encouraging 3 years ago, that this was a way to get more money in the building.
Yeah, it's
We
not-
do get
Sorry, go ahead.
tuition for it, but it doesn't cover obviously all of the costs that we incur for it. So we would save about half of what we're paying for a teacher and an EA.
I trust the math, I just, I'm,
Yeah, no.
I'm remembering when we
Yeah.
added it, it was billed as something that was a net positive, so.
Yes, yeah, definitely it is.
In this budget, there is, I think it's a $72,000 increase in costs for tuition, so that's basically saying that all the people that normally would be here. It's multiplying that number, and now we're gonna give that.
Right.
Families.
So they
Again,
can
they
go
have to,
someplace
they
else.
don't spend that, but they can't go across the river.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Michael's making me feel less insane because he said he recollected the same thing.
Neil, please.
So just to, and I might look like Greg or Sean, correct me if I get this wrong, but I just wanna make sure that we're clear on how their prepaid stuff works, and the reason that you may be thinking that something changed, and that's mostly related to the change in the student weights, which was
Right.
at 127. So when we first started the pre-K program here at Marion Cross, it was under the old student weight formula where I believe those kids were counted as like a 0.46. Right, and so when you get that ADM, it was at the time, it was called an equalized pupil number, and you get that measure of that student. It actually helps with the budget, because if you remember how the tax rate works, right, it's.
Yeah.
It's spending per pupil.
Right.
And so when the denominator piece can grow.
Right.
Get larger for the same
Yeah.
amount of spending, then that helps with the tax rate. I looked it up because the conversation with Teresa earlier tonight, she is right, so the change in Act 127. Changed that pre-K weight from a 0.46 to, I think, a negative 0.54.
Okay,
So there was that change in the weighting in the formula, which then changes the
Changes
calculus a
everything.
little bit.
Yeah.
And why originally it was a net positive for us, now the
Okay.
impact may not be as beneficial as it once
Okay.
was.
thank you for making me feel less crazy.
Right.
Okay, any more questions from the board before we move on? Seeing none, okay, yes.
In this conversation about pre-K, I think it's worth also thinking about the academic outcomes. And I don't know if we have data to analyze around the impact that having a pre-K program here is having on future academic success. There's a lot of educational research around this topic. Also, how many kids would not go to pre-K if we didn't offer pre-K? I think there's a lot to look at as well around the academic piece, because that's our core mission, right? And so we need to keep that in the front. And if we're sacrificing, and I'm not saying that we are, I don't know what the data will show, but if we're sacrificing academic growth and success by cutting this program, I think the long-term impacts are gonna be greater, and we need to think about that in the process. So I just encourage us to look at that piece as well.
I'm going to be recognized.
Sorry.
Linda Dante, I live here in Norwich, and my daughter lives in our house with her children, her partner, because she can't afford house. Which is, I think, is what's happening for a lot of our young people. And I know when I'm talking about short-term rentals, when I went to one of the community meetings here in town, and I was talking about, housing here, which is a problem, housing affordability. I don't have numbers on it, but what I can speak to is the remarkable appreciation. My daughter attended an excellent pre-K program in Norwich, up to the point that she was enrolled here. And the amount of social emotional learning, the amount of, I'm a psychiatrist by training, so I know how incredibly important early education is for our kids. I understand the budget numbers. I guess I just hope that through all of this, the integrity of the program can be maintained. And as accessible as possible, like this is a rough spot, but let's not, I think the staff we have there, the philosophy. In is, and it does set kids up for success for later on, with skills that they carry.
Thank you for that. Great.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out too that I think one of the big selling points when we started this was how we can give a wraparound, not wraparound, but services. to A lot of kids that have developmental delays, and that is a huge, it's not the academic part, it's that. You know, the speech and those kinds of things, socialization, emotional control. That's the helpful part, and I don't wanna like promote one thing, but I think those are the biggest benefits, instead of having a person here having to go to a bunch of different. Centers around the Upper Valley, it was much more, it was efficient to have and better quality services. That would be like, stop in, you don't have to get in your car and drive, you just say, oh, I'll take them today. So, there's a lot more to it. I don't remember the cost part, but that was the early intervention was like the big fray that I remember.
I guess just from a process perspective, each and every potential change enumerated obviously has an impact. We'll be discussing this down the road at a future hearing, or as chair, you want more discussion and questions on these tonight? What is the right time to ask questions about that?
I mean, I think if you want to make comments tonight, I wouldn't be opposed to that, frankly, if we want to have some more discussion. I mean, this is the budget. This is one of our budget presentations. I think,
Got it.
this is going to be, given where we are, I do, as time of Neil, I think. There will probably be. Potentially 3 meetings, as many as 3 meetings in January, looking at our history, so this isn't gonna be the last discussion here, but I think to the extent board members or public or others have, it's comments from Greg and Linda, are all taking notes here as far as like, making sure that we're. So that I don't come across and say, well, I think it's better to have. The district social worker than pre-K or something, right, where that might not be the right. So,
Yeah, I guess my question in cognizant that January is a very busy May, or a very busy month rather, for those that love the school board. For me, my personal questions are more focused on what would happen with reducing things that we already have in school. And so my questions are less about some of the things that were proposed and more about the reduction in the math coach, the reduction in art, the reduction in special education, like who absorb those 3 things. I'm a well-known crank talking about math in our school district. And so I'm particularly interested in kind of the impact of those 3 things. So when people ask about it, I'm just better locked up at the impact of the accessibility of those 3 changes.
I'm trying to get, and maybe we can remind people of the history of the math coach too, because that originally came through a grant, didn't it? That we knew it was gonna turn into a full-time position, but we also knew that this day might come, as I recall, but.
So I'm glad you asked the question, because anytime if you remember the first budget that was given included these positions for a reason, because they're important. And they do things for our kids and they help our program be strong. And one of the things that I think we're proud about in Norwich is that we have a great program. Fantastic school, so chipping away at things, chips away at our programs. I appreciate the question. There are some things on here that are. District social worker is a fine thing to put on, we've never had it. The second building sub, we will live without. Tech integration is okay, it's gonna be a harder position because we don't have a lot of tech support right now. So we'll stretch the one person we have a little bit more. But as far as impacting kids on an everyday basis. That position doesn't have as much. The 0.5 special ed piece, I think is okay, because we can absorb that into, we have a pretty strong special ed team. And at one point we had need for a part-time person to take some of the caseload from the others. We've had kids that have moved on, we have really great intervention programs, we're catching some kids, so I think that's okay. The math coach piece is, that position is part math coach, are interventionists. When looking at something, at times I was looking at what impacts kids less, so that part of the position impacts teachers most. But it's giving support to teachers to help teach the math well. I think we're at a point where we've had our program for a few years, we have some people on staff that have some great expertise in math that could help us with that. But as far as looking for places to reduce that have little impact on kids, I think that one is okay. Then when we start getting to cutting classroom teachers, that's a harder piece because that has a direct impact on kids. It does happen to be that right now in kindergarten, we're not projecting very many students, and when we looked at who we have coming in, it's below 30. So right now, that could be fine. That is also a grade that fluctuates in the summer, so it's a bit of a gamble.
Yep.
But we did put a little safety net in there in that we reallocated the ed assistant position to help with those kindergartens, so if the numbers get high, we have that buffer in there. Reduction of the pre-K program, to be quite honest with you, bothers me most of all with this. I think myself, I'm a strong believer in early intervention. We catch kids in our pre-K program and give them some really great services that saves us money in the long run. So we have speech services here, OT, PT, special ed. Before, when those kids were scattered all over the place, we had to send our staff out, so then we're paying staff not only to provide services, but to drive half hour away both ways. It was less efficient. So now we have kids that come here in pre-K, and by the time they get into kindergarten, we've addressed speech issues, we've addressed mobility issues, we've taught them how to be a student in our school, so that when we get to kindergarten, they're ready to join and do something and learn well. So everything has a cost. I think the task you gave was hard, so going through and thinking of what we can reduce, what's gonna have the least impact on kids is really hard. What would be helpful to me is if there's something on this list that you see that you have pause, we can look elsewhere. So if there's enough pause in that pre-K piece, that gets us $135,000 towards the bigger sum, but we could look elsewhere. But as far as impact, that's what I see is.
Did you mention art? And I skipped over.
So the art piece is on here because when I first came, it was a 0.8 FTE, and the number of sections in this are reduced. We will have to reduce the amount of time the kids go to art a bit to be able to fit it in 4 days. That also has an impact. The other thing that's impactful is when you start chunking away people's positions, it may mean that they look for another job. And, takes a while to get someone back settled into a position. Get the quality of that.
Good, thank you.
Can I add a connection?
Yes.
So the math interventionist is really a tier 2 type support source. So in the classroom is tier 1. The math interventionist is tier 2, like just a little extra help. Then that special ed is a higher level. So by getting rid of the math coach, theoretically, you might be not helping kids at an early enough age to overcome something. So then they end up at tier 3, which is the whole point of having an interventionist is to try that, slow that down. I think we have a lower special ed numbers in the state compared to the rest of the state. So, and that's probably because we have some really good tier 2 services as well. So everything, I agree with Sean, like, when he showed this to me yesterday, I was like, wow, these are hard cuts. I'm like, none of them are good. That's what comes out.
Well, that's specifically for the interventionist position too. Nobody ever knows what's gonna happen with grant funding, but that is also a position that can be looked at through Title I funding. So even if it's a part-time position or makes up part of an FTE, I think there are potentially other ways that we could still get a similar position if that is not doable in the budget itself. We have done that in the past.
Yes. perhaps I would say out loud, what I think at the beginning of every budget process. Whether it's, education or healthcare or whatever else. It's not about where you start, it's about where you end up. It's frequently uncomfortable. And then a lot of us, like, it's just speaking for myself, moved to Norwich precisely for the schools. And so we'll have to think hard about how the community comes together to support education. Whether it's through the base budget or grants, or we've had some real friends of the education system, whether it's the PTO or other local residents, and so. If there's something we really want, like, let's make sure we explore all the different ways to try to sustain it. I do talk sometimes with people about, hey, you're gonna have to pay one way or another, either through new taxes or through reduced property values, when people don't put such a premium on Norwich. And that's a really tricky balance. I think this board's done a good job of it the last few years, and we'll have to do it again.
I'd like to make a recommendation to this body about possibly that we could entertain with the next. But anyway, so I'm hearing a lot of talk about the pre-K program, and you know, I think it's all good discussion. There has been some part of the talk about, you know, is there a potential revenue option here on the pre-K thing? I will admit, I don't fully understand what we can and cannot do in that space when it comes to, you know, charging tuition. And I'm wondering if this body would be in agreement of asking administration to look into that option for the next board meetings that we have in January. So we understand, is there potential here that we could offset maybe some of these increases with some additional revenue in that space? If the board was saying fine. The other thing, and this may end up being a very small ticket item, but I'm looking at the revenue side of the equation. Could we consider increasing the rents that we charge for usage of our facilities? It may not get us much, but it may get us something. I'm not here to squeeze out the after-school program. But you know, I think we need to look at both the expense and the revenue side of things here.
I'm happy to take a look at the pre-K situation. We can look at what impact that would have on the budget too. If we were to add that piece back and look at it various ways with some tuition, with out tuition, so.
Yeah, and along with that, sorry, but I don't know if this ever comes up when we see, you know, enrollment numbers. You know, you don't know how many of those families would actually be willing to pay for
Right.
things, and I don't.
Or even,
Uh,
yeah,
Yeah, and so if we're having those discussions now, it might be a question worth asking just as an additional data point.
We have all of those contacts, so we can send a survey out. Gather information.
And I do think that if the survey goes out, it has to be under the auspices of if. You know, would you pay, and obviously everyone's gonna say, no, I don't pay for it, but I think yes, to word it correctly, obviously, that. If we are faced with difficult decisions, you know, would you be? But okay, so does the board have a nod for, I think, at least on the tuition one in particular, I think getting. Obviously, we can't charge tuition, there's an issue with that, that's a not start. Good, so Robin, that'd be great. I do think, Michael, the other thing that Neil and I often ask ourselves, you know. What is an appropriate increase for taxes and whatnot, right? And I think, you know, we're always asking townspeople, it's very hard to. Your comment about property values, but people are willing to stomach the fact that this is what we all value in this community. And then the question is, you know, it's very hard right now, obviously. You know, all we can assume is that whatever our budget increase is, that hopefully the tax rate increases some percent, so it's just. Talking to the numbers there, and the question is always, you know. At this point, if we're lining up 1 to 1, we're saying, okay, let's just forget about what budget increases, but let's see what the tax rate, you know, I was just thinking if our budget's going up by 5%, our tax rate's gonna go up by 5%. What's the appetite for taxpayers to have a 10% increase or a 12% tax rate increase every year? I don't know, right? I think we have tried to keep this budget kind of in line with, you know, it's the CPI, inflation and that kind of thing, maybe a little bit higher, I was stripping it, right, but right now, even with this 3% budget, I said, once you layer in the, you know, the negotiated agreement here, because, you know, a lot of, you know, that you're talking it for almost 5% budget increase.
Yep.
So it's hard, I think, like, at least my opinion is once you start getting much above 5 to 6% of annual tax rate increase. It starts to create issues for the community, but again, that's a discussion that we should all have. As a board, and then even if there's community members, I guess, right, like.
So, and I very much agree with that, Mr. Chairman, although I think I share this every year, I work very hard to bifurcate this discussion in my head. I feel very much beholden to taxpayers to understand the percent increase in actual spending. And I think we've been very responsible in that as a school board. And then separate from that is the increase in tax rate, which is influenced by factors far out of our control. And there's frequently in Vermont not a pure linkage, as you know, between spending increases and tax rate increases. And I understand the discussion about that statewide is perilous. Which you have Vermont Digger this week saying, oh, education spending going up 12% based on December 1st letter. Well, projected spending is up 5 or 6%, and then there's a manufactured political crisis that the legislature and governor put in motion last year by buying down the tax rate artificially, and now they have to catch up. So, I mean, we have to deal with both things, right? When we go talk to our friends and neighbors. I like to nail down part one, like what's the green dollar increase? And then part two is one of the most impressive things I ever saw in public life. Having attended, I think, 1 million public meetings. Was Neil talking about us, I think, spending going up 2% and the tax rate going up 18%. Somebody asked, hey, is that just because of monkey business and Montpelier? And your answer was yes. And nobody else asked any questions. It was extremely impressive. And so I think people here get it, we'll have to deal with that. You know, from the informational meeting, I just like,
Yeah.
I think you gotta be careful commingling those up front. Once you have a clear view of the green dollar increase.
Right.
Okay, where does that leave us with all the chicanery at the state level?
And again, I think to close this conversation out, again, I guess that's why I'm asking that question, because again, why are the 3 of us or 5 of us or 2 of us determining how much tax increases everyone should around town, I think so. We do try to keep that number, I think, something that's reasonable, that I always think that, you know, like I said, the rate of inflation, CPIs, that type of thing, which is, you know, it's worrying, salary increases, if we do look at that year over year, at least for the rate by red, it's gonna be, like I said, almost 5%, so if our budget's at 5%. That's pretty okay, but obviously that still requires these cuts, right, because the other costs are going up, like healthcare, right, are going up much faster than 5%. So those are the things that, when I say we have these flat budgets, it's actually, if they're even 5% budget, it's not, when you have other increases going up 10 or 12%, right, and more. And then, you know, there's been other things too, I mean, even just with the healthcare. Just selections and whatnot, right, as far as we just can't predict that, and so.
Yeah, and then I know we all know this, but sometimes even I forget about this. This is, the tax rate is not all the responsibility of Norwich.
Yeah.
Or I should say Marion Cross, right? But half of that tax rate comes from the Dresden assessment, so there's, you know, 2 pieces to that. And there's only one piece that this group of folks has control over. The other piece is controlled by this group of folks plus a few others. And that happens on the other side of the river, but right now, as things stand, it's really about, it's a 50-50 thing, so about 50% of that tax rate comes from the Norwich, the Marion Cross budget, and the other 50% comes from the Dresden assessment, so. Similar conversations will be had on the other side of the river.
Well, and to that point, we're holding our colleagues on the other side of the river to keep their budgets down, because I understand that, you know, some of those boards, that there's actually some cutting being proposed on the other side of the river too, for various reasons, so I think that's another thing to balance here, is that. You know, over there sending us a budget that's an increase in 5 or 6, and we're gonna put forward a budget here for MCS that's at 9, it's kind of like, well. You know, we can't cry poor on the other side of the river, right, and say our taxes are going up, so cutting Dresden budget, like, that's hard for us at MCS to do, so. When they're making cuts as well over there. Okay. Yes.
I have a question again about process that I mentioned earlier. What are the opportunities in January and in February for more public engagement in this conversation? Someone who's not been to a million public meetings or school board meetings, I'm very curious to maybe potentially bridge that gap of knowledge of all these complexities, the changing landscape, so that people can actively engage and participate from an informed way. And so, co-chair of the PTO would be happy to host this event if folks would be willing to come and help demystify or explain some of these concepts that I think, I mean, I'm just barely grasping to some of the moving pieces right now, and I feel like it's gonna start to be rumor mills around cutting pre-K, and cutting all these things, and to be able to have an accessible form might be something I think would be appreciated. And not to say, but I just think that's something. School board meetings just aren't accessible for people, we think, so if we can try to, you know, way that public engagement, that would go a long way, I think, for getting input and buy-in and support. I guess my question would be, is there an opportunity for that in January or this month, and which where Representative Bolton could come, some of the school board and others, just help us have a more nuanced conversation about this. Excuse me, those amendments.
We could think about that. I mean, I was going on to last year's board docs just to give you a sense. I mean, we did it, the first meeting, our regular meeting in Norwich, obviously was a lot about the budget, and then we had another meeting on January 21st. That was actually the budget adoption meeting.
Yeah.
And then you were reminded that sometimes in January, we actually have 3 meetings, so a regular meeting plus 2 special meetings, as we're trying to. In the prior year, we were making some changes at the last minute and voting on things, and that was the year actually that we were trying, that was the year we were trying to do the whole stuff with the Act 127, whether we can touch or not, right? That you might even know 2 days. As far as you mean, so like a daytime meeting?
Well, I'm not sure necessarily on the time of day yet, but I think that sometimes the setup of certain meetings, they just don't feel as inclusive or intimidating. There's all these like intense concepts to really absorb, and so trying to find a space and a time where there could just be more education and explanation. What's tax rate, states budgets, what, you know, what's the 50% for resident, like it's just, I think it's a lot to digest. And so to be able to help just have a little bit, you know, explanation and engagement and questions, and put that some shared ownership, like as you said, for 5 people to decide the tax rate and the future of a pre-K program feels like a lot, and so trying to think about other ways to achieve that. I think that
Other board members can wait, I think it would be probably best to continue to have them as our regular hearings, just because those are closed meetings. I guess maybe speaking from, I know Tom Camden and Neil and others in the past, when things were getting a lot with the state, we had some special, we had done brochures and done whatnot, and I think 2 people showed up after all that. It was kind of, it wasn't, given the work and the effort, it was kind of like, we're talking, but I would encourage people to come to these meetings. It's actually on my mind that when we first came to town, and you might remember that, if it wasn't always the best side of ourselves, because we were jumping up and down, yelling at the members to say this and say that.
I
So,
can't guarantee no one's gonna yell big, but I think, yeah, you could.
so I was on the other side of the table, it was like, because he showed up at the exact same meetings, and I was like, who's this guy? Yes. But yes, Lisa.
Yeah, I guess I would kind of throw the question back at this group. I mean, we have, like, I remember Neil did this great presentation in the multi, I think 3 times one year. I can't remember what year it was, when things were getting pretty complicated.
Yeah.
And, you know, maybe 2 people showed up, and then maybe 2 people showed up, and we tried them at different times, and it, you know, it just, so. We don't seem to do a very good job of attracting people to meetings. So I would wonder, are there places where people already are that we could come to? You know, like if there's already an audience that exists, and if it would be helpful for some of us, or somehow for us to get information in front of that already existing group of people that you feel aren't as informed. That seems like a more effective way than then once again, trying to set up a meeting that people don't attend.
Yeah, and I can appreciate the recruitment issue and just trying to get.
It's just hard, because especially in December, like right now, yeah, people are
I can
maxed.
say Rebecca Holcomb came and spoke to the PTO last May, maybe, and about 30 people were there, completely engaged, wanted more, so I think I hear you on that concern,
Yeah,
but I.
so if there wasn't a PT, I mean, that to
Yeah.
me makes a lot more sense.
But yeah, so I guess that's what I'm
Yeah.
not prescribing this solution yet, but I think the need and the opportunity here is
Yeah.
to create some more times
Yeah.
engaged, and it could be virtual, you know, like the mechanism delivering can be determined, but I feel like responding to the need.
And I agree, I think the more people that have the information, the better, I just am trying, if we can find existing audiences, that just seems to be the most efficient way to do it.
Jared, I would say, I mean, listen, I am only one board member. I'm happy to meet with folks. You know, even one-on-one if they want to talk about things. I am willing to come to a PTO meeting and I can share things like process. And I can share sort of like, you know, what happens at the state level and how it influences what we do here. I would refrain from getting into particulars about the Norwich budget, because I do think that that's a board level discussion. And you know, I agree, these formats are not the greatest for, you know, a free flow of information with folks, but unfortunately, it's our democratic system and how it's been set up. And so I would say, to the extent that you talk to folks who are scared to come, tell them, don't be scared.
I wouldn't say scared, but right, it's not like, it's
Okay.
very technical, there's a lot to absorb. And
I get it, and so if they just wanna reach out individually, or
Yeah.
if we wanna create some small group discussions, and if it's just, you know, terminology, process, you know, how is tax rate calculated, that sort of thing. I'm happy to talk with anybody and share that information so that, you know, maybe with that. And then coming to a meeting, it's a little bit less daunting.
The thing we could do, I guess at the January meeting, is we could open that meeting by having a quick review of how the tax rate is calculated. Because probably about board members a bit, as we're getting into this, as far as before we get into the detail, and I can do that. I mean, it would take 5 minutes just to get a quick review to the extent of ones and others, it would probably help. So Gene and others would probably be a good refresher.
Better hand up.
Oops, Gene, sorry, Lisa.
Yeah, I'm wondering, Neil did a really great slideshow presentation a bunch of years ago. I don't know if it's up to date, like if it still works in terms of how the tax rate is calculated, but those slides are. I walk away every town meeting thinking I understand it because of those slides. I forget like 2 months later how it works, but in that moment in time, I feel very smart. And so I'm wondering if those slides could be attached to the Marion Cross website, to the Dresden website, to the SAU website. And you could, you know, put it in the PTO newsletter. Neil's slideshow presentation about how tax rates are calculated is on the website. And then any board member would be happy to talk to you about it individually, or, you know, somebody might show up at a PTO meeting. I can't, because I teach at a school up the river, so I can't volunteer myself to do any PTO stuff unless it's at 7 o'clock at night. But it just occurs to me that there is information out there that is web friendly, and putting it on a website and then having every single piece of information that goes out, you know, to parents referring to that. Just, it might be another way to get the information out without reinventing the
I
wheel.
appreciate the offer, it is out of date.
Okay. I tried. You could be like, in ancient times, this is how the tax rate was calculated.
I mean, I also want to be cognizant Neil is on negotiation committees, on the Dresden budget committee.
Right, no, I'm not asking him to do anything new. I just was wondering if it was still up to date, putting it up there made sense, so.
All right, Gina, sorry, admit you might have been up for a while.
That's okay. It's just, I also went to that Neil presentation before I was a school board member, and I found it very helpful. I would offer myself to Neil if there's help to take those slides and turn them into an FAQ that we then like make a Loom video that is narrated over, which is what is the tax rate? And you give us a script, could help you do it, and then we can share it. I think to address the concern or how do we get to people? I mean, I just think we have to call out that like what time works for some people doesn't work for others. And in the world that we live in now, using asynchronous communication tools like Loom or elsewhere to create a short video that people can consume in their own time, and then people can ask questions, or do we have like a board email, or maybe at the end of it say, if you have more questions, email the board so we can get back to you, or so we can answer them. We record all of these meetings so people can watch them. But I think what I'm hearing from the public is they have more questions about things and needing it. And Garrett, your suggestion of doing it at the next meeting is a good one. But maybe we record it and we put on the listserv, hey, in case you need a refresher on how the tax rate did, we recorded it in the board meeting, and please watch it. I think one question I have is, do people actually care as much as we think they care? And I think some people do and some people don't, but it is hard to see if people care if they're not showing up or calling into meetings. If you can't make it to it in person, you can at least have it on Zoom or watch it on the YouTube. So that's all. I can't hear. So, by the way, the sound is not great over here on the Zoom.
Okay.
With perennials here, VSBA had a deck, because they have done some nice little.
I don't know if we have one around tax rate calculation. Let me see what I can put together. I do have something that just is going to require some updates.
And I can help with that too.
I can help read anything, I just can't help calculate, so,
There's a question in the corner, I think.
Oh, Linda.
and Linda too,
Oh,
but
sorry.
yeah, too.
Linda.
Oh.
Linda's not in the corner.
Someone who attends a lot of meetings. I think my observation to your question, Lisa, is it's like another language. And I come enough so that I absorb this. I've also been a board member, but
Right.
like you, Lisa, if I'm not dealing with it every day, I forget, and it can be intimidating. And yes, you can get on Zoom, but when people start talking and you're kind of waiting to ask your question, and then you realize they've already moved on to another topic. So while people can watch Zoom meetings, it's not as engageable as far as that goes. And to your question, Gina, about what do people care? I think they really care. And for that reason, I think the board has to be really careful about how they're inviting people in, because we all experience that when you're sort of sitting in front of, you're trying to keep to your schedule, budget development, budget adoption. And people are thinking, well, can I speak now? You've already moved way past that. Or the process has moved past that. So I understand people want to be involved, but there's times when you can take public input and use it, right? And then there's times when you look beyond it, or it's just not possible to use what they're saying because of fact it's beyond their control. And so I think that process of when people can speak and you can actually hear it and use it, and when maybe there's factors beyond the board's control that say, great idea, but it's not gonna work this time, because that's not the way the legislature said we can do it. I think that process piece is incredibly important, so people aren't frustrated, and somehow they're feeling they're excluded by the board. There's a process and a timeline driving this.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, maybe just
Sorry, Nick.
sorry, on to Adam's 128 Turnpike.
Yeah.
Just thinking about what Mara brought up around how to make it more inclusive. I'll say, like, I've been in and out of meetings over the last 5 years. I had a stand, like, this is the first one this year, due to standing conflict, and I'm just like surprised, like, we don't even, like, there's not paper like, it doesn't feel like we want people to be here and be catching up. Like, there's no paper, right? Like, does everyone, do you need to be, like, how do I get the board docs? Is it only online? So I think, like, right, like, things like that, like, what's the way for someone who's walking in, that is not all connected, like, how are they following the conversation? With it, that we might think about just that broader, like, array of folks that might want to join into the meeting. And I think I'm surprised to be saying it, but I have found that the select board in their communication recently around what's on their agenda and what's been happening has been vastly improved in the last 6 months, in a way that I think you can follow maybe what's happening in those meetings in ways that was very hard before that. And I wonder if there's some ways that more of what is going on, going to be on the agenda, could be communicated a little bit more proactively, so folks know that, like, today's a budget conversation that may not be following it as closely as the people who are generally in this room.
I think we just have to, like, I think people wanna know, but they just are not gonna know when are these conversations coming up unless they're reminded on a really regular basis. Which takes a lot of effort to do, but.
Yes, I mean, I can respond, I mean, as board chair, I am not gonna be updating the little survey, I just don't have time for that like this. I appreciate the select board does that and they post everything and that's just not something I'm gonna do. If people don't wanna go to me next time and not around, that's fine. I do think that all this, and again, I can look at our website, but it is all online, so I do remind people that you've gotta like, just go to the SAU website. The entire school calendar there, every one of our meetings is there, I know that some people show up and say, how do you know when the meetings are? Every meeting for the rest of the year is on that calendar. And when you click through it, you can go right to symbol, you can see the agenda that we're talking about and they're posted. And I'm just saying that from our own work, because I've got 3 kids and sports and all this, and you know, we have meetings at 12 o'clock noon every month to make sure that these meetings are warned 5 days in advance with the agenda out there, so it is. I'm not trying to agree, but it is all out there and the agendas. Brian posts them, and actually they are all on the listserv, so the agenda, just so you know, so when you go through, when you see the thing for Brian Skinner. The listserv of the agenda is there, so it is reminding you to, like, to be fair, she posted all to the listserv. The school budget meeting has been posted there, the agenda, which I think the click through should work.
And she usually puts the minutes afterwards
And the
as
minutes
well.
afterwards are there, and yes, I think the only thing that. Might not happen is as far as like, yes, if you have a computer, how to follow along, that did kind of hit me, because I'm okay with right, and that worked. I want to get into. So anyways, thank you for the comment, yes.
And I think I can say for the PTO, we would be happy to help disseminate more information. If not everyone subscribes to the listserv, right? We have, not everyone subscribes to each other's newsletter, but. Right, it's multiple times, multiple ways, and I think we have to just try and create this inclusive. Process as possible and recognize the public servants that are doing this in addition to, like, as volunteers, so the onus to lead this isn't necessarily on this, or right, it can be more of a partnership with, but I think that there's like the knowledge and the content, like this is the tax rate, you know, the PowerPoint presentations, I love it. It makes sense, but then there's people's passions and qualitative input, really like to have that participatory space. And I would offer to not have that responsibility for coordinating that space on the school board, like it can take responsibility and show up in ways to have facilitate.
I think one thing we try to do is that one communication, which has been the website, and everything goes through that website. Yes.
Wasn't sure whether to say something, I'm just gonna put in a humble plug. One of the things that we heard loud and clear from the community over, through the surveys that were conducted at the end of last year was the desire for more communication in a place where other things could be shared out, and it was confusing to find board docs and understand when the meetings are and what the agendas look like. So again, just humble plug, if you happen to see in your inbox the happenings at SAU 70 email that we've been sending out on a monthly basis, you're attempting that as a potential sort of next step to meet those needs. And at the very top, it includes important dates, which will then tell you when the meetings are and what's happening. And even better, if you scroll down to the end, just another place to find it, if the website is hard to navigate, there's specific information about the board meetings and direct links into Assembly that include the agendas. So that's another thing, if you're hearing out in the public that people don't know where to find things, looking at that communication is a centralized place that doesn't take too many clicks to find that info.
And the SAU 70 happenings newsletters. But I love it, right? So it's like trying to figure out. Whether it's a
But this
print out.
idea of, trying to get it out in multiple places, I
And
think
that is
that's
just-
been heard,
that's
and
not
we're
by
attempting to continue, yeah.
But thank you.
Yeah.
It just occurred to me that we keep saying the word assembly, which people may not know what that is. It's just our board management system. So, it's our new system of managing where all this stuff is. So I catch a sibling go sometimes, but what? So.
It was board docs, now it's.
Yeah.
And board docs is still there, if anyone wants to look up last year's meetings.
I concentrate.
It is helpful, I was just looking at it to get last year's, all of last year's budget stuff. All right, I think it's time to move on, and at this point, we move on to our warning articles. I don't think there's actually too much to discuss here, because these are fairly standard, and obviously, the big things that including the school budget. Yes,
I did have one question. Is your 2-year seat up as well?
actually, I think yes, it is.
Yeah, so I think it's my 3-year seat and your 2-year seat.
Yeah, Michael, are you also?
Yeah, I think I'm not.
So maybe it's 2 3-year seats and a 2-year seat.
Can I-
The end of 3 years.
Yeah, because it was the end of 6 for me and it's the end of 3 for you and it's the end of 6. You and I started at the same time, right here? Yeah. So it's 3 seats are up. This time.
And because, like, so
You were 3-year.
Yeah, but I did
So
twice.
not like, right.
Yeah,
You get.
so Michael and I are, yeah,
Switch divided by 2.
yeah, we're the same.
So for me being new,
What's that math still?
it's been really hard for me to figure out your terms. Cause it's not clear. So it would be nice that on our website, where your members listed, where you're listed as a member, it should have their term.
Start year, yeah. Anyway, it appears that there's 2 3-year terms and 1 2-year term on the ballot in March.
That's on the website, that's why I found out that you guys were both, asked me.
Right. But it only said on the warning, it only says there's 1 3-year.
No, I'm just saying for, to
Yeah.
read it out.
Yeah.
This is the,
I
yeah,
see it on the-
you're just good. Gotcha.
Sounds good, but I didn't find it so easy.
But do be careful because my name was left off of the ballot last election. As was, so, yeah.
Anyways, okay,
So it's
good
my-
comments.
so, yeah, okay.
So we'll get
So they
that.
have a special election.
All right, any other comments on the warning article
Yeah.
as drafted?
Remember that it costs money.
That's a good catch. Anything else on there for now? There's already just 2 big items and that are starting about that.
Yeah, just a quick, so we say this publicly, just make sure someone reads the warnings really carefully in the actual ballot really carefully so that we don't leave people off the ballot and have to have a special election, which costs money like we did 3 years ago. So.
Any other questions or comments there? Otherwise, move on to our report. The PTO report.
Yes. So this is my 3rd meeting, in which I've attended saying we couldn't establish a nonprofit. And I have to say we've made progress. People supporting this and various individuals, and I'm hopeful that we'll submit it to the state by the end of the month. So wow. By the next board meeting, I'll be able to say that we have a meeting in December. So that'll be the big update, but I was curious in that vein, because we've been talking about fundraising for the PTO and describing impact and wondering if potentially this is the point in which with some of these cuts coming up, not the big personnel cuts with benefits and things like that, but if take $12,000 reduction in field trip thing, and then 5,000 in assemblies, like this might be an opportunity for the PTO to pursue grants as a nonprofit organization, supplement any budget cuts and we potentially fundraise for these smaller line items that don't make this budget. We can't do that until we're not, but that's what I'm thinking and hearing as we're having these conversations, like what would potentially be a role of having an actual established entity independent of school district, excuse me, that could be funded.
Super helpful.
I don't know if I'm overstepping looking at you, just because this community dips a lot into the same pots of money multiple times. You might want to have a conversation with Lauren, who handles the grants for the district, just to make sure that we're like 6 or 7 organizations affiliated with the schools aren't all hitting up the same hypertherm foundation for the same amount of money. That would be my only. I think that's a great idea, and I just would as someone who used to give away grants, it just helps sometimes. You're like, are you guys not talking to each other? Is not really what you want the grant person to be thinking.
Always happy to be a thought partner around this.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. Move on to our next topic, this current discussion. There's a reading of policy here. I missed our 12 o'clock meeting, so I don't know what this is. It looks like a fairly standard policy with a slight edit regarding student teachers internships. First reading. Does anybody have any comments on this? Do you have any comments on this as far as how it impacts you or whether there's any issues with this?
It pretty much states what we do in practice and
Okay. I don't remember, what's the history of this policy? I remember policy.
We did it at our last policy meeting. It was long before, but it's just outlining where the expectations are for student teachers and interns more like policy. We have this, we're presenting it for each of the districts.
So it should have been a policy in place a long time ago and running it came across it.
Yeah.
Bring the policy forward. Okay. So we'll have our next reading at the next meeting and then the reading at the next meeting. Okay. This current action did I have? Oh,
I missed the part in agenda review. May we discuss the ELA program?
We did add that.
Okay, is it
Oh,
not
sorry.
stated?
I'm
Otherwise, I'm about to add it right now.
No, I've got it here.
Why?
Actually, I'm sorry. I completely missed, so.
Okay,
I
been gearing up all day.
Sorry.
if you refresh, it's good to go, and then I'll get myself set up.
Well, you're gonna set, on the agenda, which I just skipped, was B, is appointing an AP approver. I think we just appointed our approvers.
I feel like we did too.
So as long as everyone's okay for this one, I think, given everything going on, we'll keep it as is.
Yeah.
We seem to be offside over here, we got crazy, but at some point we get back on.
I think we forgot it for a while. I think you and I did it for a really long time.
And then Laura's gonna do this, if you are on board docs, the presentation's there, and I'll move out of the way, we also put it on the screen.
It's exciting. It's been 2.5 years in the works. Long process. I know, I did too. Or at least you guys should be wearing hats, like crowns or something.
A lot of pressure.
Yes. Can you see if we're slipping?
Or do you want me to project for you?
Here, that's.
Click on, I need to this, but.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right, so while this is getting set up, I'll just say that there are two parts to this. So the first part is to hopefully provide a bit of rationale and center us around the why we even started this process. That we've arrived at a recommendation from. And the second part is a deeper dive into a specific program that we have looked at and feel comfortable recommending to the board. And then as we, towards the end of the presentation, we'll discuss a little bit of the budget and potential next steps around adoption. Trying to organize this too, reflecting policy. So tonight is simply a presentation. Then the board has time to deliberate around what you're hearing this evening. I'm happy to answer any questions tonight. And send me questions along the way, and then for policy at the January meeting, that will be the official action time. But we can also add it into discussion for any follow-up conversation before we move towards action. So again, centering us in the work and the why, so thinking about our tier 1 universal curriculum adoption in ELA, and this is something that I took over, has been in place for about 2.5 years, took over from Robin and just trying to get it right across the finish line this year. Yes, it is December, but here we are, so let's go ahead and talk about it. Okay, so understanding the what and the why, defining this core instructional piece. I'm hoping that as you hear this presentation, you will also hear reflected some commonalities between the process and the rationale that got us through the IM implementation and adoption, also echoing in our ELA curriculum adoption here. You're doing great, thanks, Sean. I'm not gonna read through all of these slides because I've already violated my own slide creation strategy, include less, only highlight big points, talk about the other things. But in the essence of time, I chose to put a lot of information on the slides, also knowing that these can be reviewed at your leisure, at your pleasure, and by other people as well over the next month. But essentially, this is just highlighting the why around universal instruction, the adoption of a specific program. We're talking about 2 categories: universal access for our students, and being able to adopt something that is standards-based and evidence-based for all of our students. One of the challenges that we really looked at early on is this idea of our homegrown curriculum, because there are some exceptional things happening at all of our grade levels and in all of our classrooms in the area of English language arts. And embarking in this process was not a way to devalue any of that work. However, the things that we do in our classroom cannot and should not be done in silos. And as we looked at the amazing work that was happening in classrooms and across kindergarten and through 5th grade, what we also realized is despite the fact that amazing things were happening in each of our classrooms and each of our grade levels, there were some hidden gaps. And there were some areas where we were lacking some systematic rigor and instructional routines. So again, not to devalue what is already happening, but thinking about this alignment and unification of our program. So I highlighted a few of these things that become challenges of a homegrown program that you can review. There's this idea of the Frankenstein effect, the curator trap, and also this idea of emotional cost as well. So as we think about adopting this new program, we are also acknowledging that it is a cultural shift. And it's hard to do these things. However, on the flip side, there is real power in alignment, both that horizontal alignment as well as that vertical alignment. This ties into presentations that you've already heard even this year around MTSS, which is multi-tiered systems of supports. And this idea here, this is our graphic that represents different tiers of supports that students may receive. And the idea is we want all of our students receiving this first green layer all the time, and then we layer on additional supports as we go. So when we think about curriculum adoption and program adoption, the idea is that we are providing a really good foundation, a solid foundation that will reach the majority of students, that all students will have access to, and that once that is applied, we're able to provide some targeted support to students that need it beyond what this universal program will provide. The idea again is equity through access. So closing gaps, scaffolding up, and creating shared languages, or shared language across our classrooms and across our schools. Now, this presentation that I'm giving today is specifically for Marion Cross, but as you've heard through my previous reports to the board throughout this year, this is also happening in conjunction with the Ray School. So the Hanover School Board will be getting a similar presentation because we've been doing this work together. So this idea of closing the gaps, scaffolding up, as well as shared language, that's also beneficial as our students join together at the middle school and have shared and similar experiences kindergarten through 5th grade and 6th grade if they're very cross. Our hope really is to empower educators. As we early on embarked on this work, our educators shared the challenges that they face of having to create their own curriculum and programming year to year. This program and this idea of a universal program that is adopted helps to empower our educators. So there's streamlined planning, there's professional learning, and the ability to have more of a collaborative focus, because our teachers don't have to worry about the content piece of it, but can really work on the instruction and pedagogy piece. Which leads, this is where the drum roll maybe would happen, you know, with some blood, sweat, and tears along the way, to the recommendation that we're bringing to the board today around the Arts and Letters program. I didn't spend a lot of time in this presentation talking about how we got to this recommendation, because that is not in charge of the policy, rather it is to explain the program and what that would look like. However, we started with many programs, narrowed it down to 3, narrowed it down to 2, and now have narrowed it to this one. Arts and Letters is a comprehensive K through 5. It's actually a K through 8 program, but we're looking at it for K through 5 right now. It's a knowledge building curriculum, and it's put out by a group called Great Minds. And they talk about this evolution of excellence, and I couldn't think of a better way to say it, so I just adopted that language, the evolution of excellence. So this is actually the newest evolution from Great Minds. This used to be something called Wit and Wisdom, that has been revised to better meet the needs of students and educators. And now it's something called Arts and Letters. So if you were to do a search online to try to discover more about, oh, when was this program published? You may see, oh, it only came out in 2024, and that potentially raise a red flag, but this has been around for much longer. This is just the rebranding of something. It is a knowledge, sorry, not ready. It is a knowledge building curriculum. Great, sorry. It is a knowledge building curriculum, which will be important. I'm going to expand on that in just a second. And the idea is that students are engaging with authentic trade books. So these are the texts that they have. And these authentic trade books include things like fine arts, multimedia, world knowledge, and it helps students master literacy skills. For the board, you will find a link in this particular slide that goes right to the website, and then you can just explore as much as you want to, but that would be a potential access point for you to take a look. Now, okay, thank you. A couple of core components that you should be aware of is this idea of teach and learn. That this is also augmented by a knowledge deck. And another support is something called a prologue, and that helps with some scaffolding and additional support for all of our students. Again, you can read these slides in more detail here. Okay, too much text, so go back and read it. But I wanted to give you an illustration of the 2 types of books that we would be purchasing and their purpose. So the first would be the teach book. This is for the educator. It includes important parts of the curriculum that the team looked for in choosing and recommending a curriculum. You will see that there. And the next slide, the learning book, is the student-facing book too. I think it's important to say that the ELA committee has engaged in some conversations about the value of workbooks and not. The learning book is a workbook, but I would assert that it's more than a workbook. So it has some knowledge statement pages, some evidence organizers, end of module tasks. And it really helps students track their own learning and see their progression, as well as the educator can see this progression through the learning. I think any curriculum that we have that comes with a workbook, we also, when we're implementing with Fidelity, make sure to utilize that workbook, but then also make it work for us and for our students. And what we tend to see is if there isn't a workbook that has these tasks created in sort of a systematic way to cover the modules or themes and topics along the way, that we still do see some element of worksheets, and so this is gathering them all together by folks who have curated them for very specific purposes. Let's talk a little bit about the instructional arc. The thing I want you to take away from this slide is that there are instructional routines, and those instructional routines help students spend their time really deepening their understanding. Instead of having to wonder like what's going to happen next, or how am I going to learn this topic today, or what is ELA going to look like? The framework is there, so the students can deepen their understanding through a very specific instructional routine. All right, I told you I'd come back to this idea of knowledge building. That you may have seen this in some of your work, reading, or other things. Pretty popular, this idea of Scarro's reading rope. It says that there are two big parts that have to come together for skilled reading. And this is language comprehension and word recognition. And so what you're hearing about today is this part right here, language comprehension. This is a separate thing. I will come back to that in a moment. But this program seeks to meet these needs: background knowledge, vocabulary, language structure, verbal reasoning, and literacy knowledge. Those pieces are built within this curriculum, coming together in increasingly strategic ways. We'll join together with this word recognition piece to build our students with skilled reading skills. And so we think about that rope. We're thinking about the support instruction that arts and letters can provide through this knowledge building curriculum. And it covers all of those pieces through the deep study of complex. You'll see some italics at the bottom. Again, important to note. We established as an ELA committee that we were going to take a deep dive into our knowledge building curriculum first. And then based on what we chose for the knowledge building curriculum, we would then need to see what would pair best as a systematic phonics program with that. So you will continue to hear from me, because that will be our next big step, is to take a look at phonics programs and make an adoption recommendation in the future to pair that with our knowledge building curriculum. Here are the modules that students would be learning about in each of the grade levels. Again, this is K through 8, but I screenshotted this to just be K through 5 right now, but you'll see every grade level has 4 modules. Those modules have knowledge-rich topics instead of themes. It's an integrated approach, and you'll see that the subtext underneath also includes a writing component, and that very early on was identified by the committee as a really important thing as we move through this ELA curriculum adoption. And so each of these modules includes a different type of writing, a different genre of writing, which is also important. And writing tasks may be long and may be short, but address the various genres of writing too. Okay, a couple other highlights for you. Students are building enduring knowledge and skills throughout the modules. The topics are created to be engaging, to spark joy and curiosity. And the students are going to stay on a topic for a while, for many lessons, which helps them build that deep knowledge. And then by year's end, through these modules, students will have covered all of the essential ELA skills, and this curriculum is aligned with the Common Core State Standards for English Language Arts. If you are on a journey in the website, you can find a place where it actually will detail for you every single Common Core State Standard and where it's hit in this curriculum, if you really want to know. And a big piece of this, again, is the idea of authentic trade books that students are getting their hands on. These books are selected to align with curriculum topics to support literacy success. They're chosen to offer variety and also to integrate content. I had a screenshot to get this little graphic. So this is the person that did a presentation. This is Peter in the corner. Important for you to get from this. That the idea is that we're building knowledge through texts. When we're doing this, arts and letters also in each of these pieces, they explained it as like a gear. This is the central gear that's turning, but by turning this gear, we are also turning all of the other gears. It's integrated, not isolated. Students are building their skills through their knowledge journey, authentic text and trade books. They're not just reading, right? They're building their oral communication skills. They're putting opportunities for presentations, rich academic discussions. Yeah, we heard a lot when we presented on illustrated math. So continuing in ELA, and then they help with grammatical pieces and conventions to support writing as they express the new knowledge they've gained. We're almost getting there, okay, we're at 23, we're gonna get to 27, so this idea of the implementation roadmap, so that you know how this would look. We did a professional learning, we have professional learning, and auditing that occurred to get us to this step. We selected after a thorough process. This evening, we have our board presentation, hopefully in January, in adoption. And then at the school level, we're going to train, implement, and monitor. So we're providing intensive PD and support. Opportunities will be made available during the summer, on Wednesday afternoons, and during in-service times. And then instructional leaders in the schools will be observing fidelity, using data to drive our instructional pivot, and also providing time for collaboration across the schools and shared learning as we implement this. Hopefully, both at Mary Cross and preschool. And that was a key piece, one of the key pieces that led us to this recommendation is the robust professional learning that's provided for the implementation of this curriculum. Well, right, so budget estimate. I've broken it down into two. We could look at other iterations as well. So if we were to look at a full K-5 rollout, the initial investment, which is budgeted for currently in the budget that you have been presented, is just over $65,000 with ongoing costs then year after that year of almost $11,000, just under $11,000. But you can see here what that gets you for that cost. And if we were to do some different iteration, next slide please, and we looked at something like a K-3 in the first year and then 4 or 5 in the second year, this is what you would get and this is what it would cost you to do it over 2 years versus 1 year. And there are of course other ways to look at this as well, but I thought those made the most sense for now as an initial implementation plan. And this is the other 4 questions. So current budgets could include money for grade levels to purchase books and curriculums for ELA that's currently happening in our classrooms. And potentially, if we were to move forward with an adoption, we could be using those lines to offset the cost then of implementing this curriculum. I have not done a line by line analysis with our administrators to understand what the offset would be, but I can do that over the next month or so. The recommendation from both the committee and then having talked to other local districts who have embarked on something similar, the recommendation that we are presenting is a full K-5 implementation. It maximizes professional development, support, and coaching. Phased implementation is just provided as another option, but we would recommend the full implementation. And then just a reminder that the next important step is to pair this programming with the foundational skills on its program moving forward in the future. And I'm now happy to answer any questions or attempt to answer any questions even.
All right. Thank you. We'll open it up to the board for a question.
Thanks for the presentation. Just a couple questions. Level of staff enthusiasm. I guess we should do some of this. Oh no, don't really know it's coming, like, where are we in the aligning people and teams part? of this?
This has not been done in secret. So for the past 2.5 years, the ELA committee has been open to anybody that is wanted to be a part of it. At the school level, it's been talked about for 2.5 years. After we did roll out the math program, illustrative math, we knew that the next task we needed to complete was thinking about science and then moving on to ELA. So none of this is a surprise. The slide that I showed you, sort of like the challenge of homegrown, hopefully echoed in there. You heard that changing practice is hard, period. Asking our teachers to change what they've been doing is hard for a number of reasons. One, we love educators, we love what we're doing, we're passionate about what we're teaching. And to feel like we have to give up some of that to adopt something else is really hard. It's also challenging because our educators have a lot on their plate. So thinking about all the professional development and work and learning that will be required for successful implementation is also a big and scary thing. And I think that just has to be named, it's a reality. The ELA committee, the majority of folks agreed that the adoption of a new program was necessary for a variety of reasons. It was not unanimous for I think some of the reasons that I just shared, some of the barriers. And when we tried to come to a final recommendation, our two programs that we were examining closely were Fish Tank and Arts and Letters. Speaking candidly about how we arrived at Arts and Letters, Fish Tank had been adopted with other local districts, and the implementation of it was disastrous. And so even one of our local districts stopped mid-year with the implementation and pivoted over to Arts and Letters. So our ELA committee overall has expressed a strong preference for Arts and Letters, but there were some folks that also were in favor of Fish Tank for some other reasons, but that was the minority of folks. They were two of the members of the committee. We're gonna have to do a lot of hard work and good support to ensure that this is successful, and there's a lot riding on this to make it successful. One of the benefits that we have is some of our local districts, including Lebanon, have implemented Arts and Letters and are already sharing. This was a pitfall that we encountered in year one. This is something that you should try to avoid. Or when you start to roll this out, think about these things. Or of all of the professional development opportunities, you should pursue this one, that one, and the other one. So we also have a roadmap of folks that have already started implementing this that we can follow. So nobody is jumping up and down. A couple people are. Not the majority of folks are like, yes, we're getting this curriculum, but there's support for it. Just a while ago, as a new educator to the district, to walk in at the Ray School specifically, but to walk into one of our elementary schools and be told like, there is no curriculum that you have to follow. You get to like make it up yourself, both completely awesome and the opportunity that exists there, really amazing, but also an extreme amount of work and not a lot of alignment. So for our current educators who have a ton on their plate, that includes having to create lessons and create content and then match pedagogy to go with it. I think that after implementation, the results will give people time back to focus on the instruction piece and not the content piece. I think that will be a longer term payout. And I also believe as we turn over staff in our schools, that we will be able to recruit some really great folks who can come in either with experience using this curriculum or can come in and implement this curriculum successfully because of the way that it is presented, thus avoiding sort of this 3 to 5 year learning curve of trying to create their own curriculum when they come into our schools. Long-winded answer to your question, how can I follow up?
No, I mean, I appreciate your robust answer.
Okay.
To me, so generalizing from the healthcare, like there are some people that love the introduction of standard work. freeing, the moves feel better. There are some people that really lament the loss of
Yes.
freedom
Yes,
and how they do their thing. And
Yes.
so just trying to figure out where on that spectrum, we are, it's really an individual thing. Thinking about, hey, at the administrative level, what internal limit like, what like implementation look like. I would say in any change, it's frequently won or lost in engagement. We're always gonna do stakeholder engagement. It's either upfront when people are ready to listen, or later on when people are very bad. And so just when it comes to all the different audiences in the building, outside the building, parents, trying to roll something out, I think really hard about communication. And Hanover and Norwich parents definitely go read literature on literature.
Yeah.
So just, a plan, if we go in this direction, plan for rollout matters a lot. You also mentioned the additional cost of this, which is baked into the budget. That prompts a question for the budget committee, which is, we talked about things that were proposed that we took out, things that we have that might be reduced. I guess within that conversation, given its tone of austerity, I didn't think of things added that didn't exist before. I guess, so my question is, are there other items like this that are in there? Or is this kind of the one big ticket item?
This is really the one big. Cause this has been in the 3 to 5 year planning process.
Yeah.
Too, so we knew that this year would be the year that we would add this to the budget.
Yeah.
And it's similar, when you asked about the cost too, the ongoing costs are similar to what we have with our math program too. We had the initial outlay, which was significant, and then every year we have the, annual costs that go along with it.
Got it. Thank you.
I think Mark, you gave us in the first one, you gave us several options. Was it the 1 or 2 year, or was also still not one? You also just decided to go with the better curriculum design operate, so. Rather than going to a place of B or C level. But just, I feel like this is.
because there was some discussion, and rightly so. Especially among the coordinators, me, Robin, and our administrators. Do we adopt our second favorite curriculum at less of a cost, but then it doesn't have the budget impact? Or do we move forward with recommending what we would have recommended in any other year that maybe budget didn't look so dire? And we went with the program we felt met the needs of our students and would be beneficial to our staff and also happens to have some staff.
I see Gina's online with her hand up. Yeah.
Thanks, Garrett. Lauren, excited about a lot of what you said. I just wanted to ask a little bit about the phonics piece. What is being taught with phonics today? Because my experience with my children was it was not taught when they were at the Marion Cross School. They're both in high school. My second question is, how quickly would that phonics piece be added to this program? I say it knowing there are multiple families that felt the impact of a lack of a phonics program and then delayed identification of children with dyslexia and other types of disabilities like that.
So currently Foundations is being used at both Marion Cross and the Ray School to meet that need. And it's supplemented by a couple other programs, notably Pegrity, as additional work in phonics for our students. So because we're using that and we've made an investment in that program, that will be one that we'll look at to see if it continues to meet the needs of students. We just got some information that they have revamped their entire program as well. So potentially, we're gonna review Foundations as continuing and to be paired with this, but we will also be taking a broader view at a couple other paired foundational skills programs. Ones that have been recommended by Arts and Letters that do pair well with their program, but then also using other districts that have embarked on a similar thing to get their recommendations around what has worked for the foundational skills piece as well. We would be looking to do this sooner rather than later because it is important and it is a need. However, balancing that against the professional development required for successful buy-in and implementation for this is something we'll have to look at closely. So, you know, in a perfect world, we would adopt this year. It would go so swimmingly that the appetite is to look at the other piece next year. And I think that's, you know, we'll roll into this thinking that maybe that will be what we do. But we also need to leave space to ensure that our other initiatives that are always happening also have the priority that they need, right? We are still working very closely together around illustrative math. We've just been you know, completing some work around the next generation science standards and science. Now we're looking at this. So just really being cognizant of where educators are and what makes the most sense will be important for the next steps.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, having heard from middle school teachers that kids from Marion Cross and the Ray School come to the middle school with differing sets and not quite matching, the skill sets matching. And one of the reasons why you all are doing this is to kind of help that alleviate some of that. I'm wondering, and not to add money to this, but why it's a K-5 rollout and not a K-6 rollout? Because it sort of feels like the unification piece, once they get to the middle school, seems to be less of an issue than it is when they're in the two separate buildings. And so I just was wondering why you didn't extend it for one more year when the kids are in two separate buildings.
You wanna?
Sure.
I mean,
I guess we're actually just talking about this recently, you know, if we wanted to think about it, extending it even into the middle school at some point, but I think that would come after a rollout.
Right.
The reason we didn't include sixth grade is because they have been aligning for the past few years since I've been here. We've had a really good cohesive relationship between the two sixth grade teams. So they have aligned more closely with science, with ELA, you know, mathematics. So the difference there now is more in time frame. You know, the number of minutes that each school has for those classes. So, but it is something.
Yeah, I mean, my kids are in college now, so it's, and out of college, so it's a very.
No, but it's a great question. We were just talking about it.
Okay, thank you.
I think there, you know, there are different ways to implement this law, and so as you've seen here, we're talking maybe a three, and then 4 or 5, and then the potential to roll up to the middle school, but again, this work has been done primarily at the elementary levels with buy-in from administration from both of those schools, because we really need that in order to be successful, and haven't embarked on that with the middle school administrators at this point, and yet the potential exists.
Every year we see the results of how the Marion Cross kids are doing, and compared to the state level, they do quite well in ELA. How will you know whether this program is working, and how quickly will you know it?
So typically, what we could expect to see is in the first year of implementing, hopefully with fidelity, but it being a learning year, that we would see similar scores, if not a slight decrease in the learning in the first learning year. Typically, over 5 years, we really can see what's happening with the curriculum, because we're looking at the kindergartners who are coming in and they're getting it in their first year, and then they're going to first grade, and now they've built from a foundation, and then to second grade, and then to third grade, and so forth. This first year, everybody is getting, including the students, is getting this new curriculum for the first time. And it really is meant to be like iterative and scaffolded and to spiral up. So in a few years, we would hope and expect to see that the scores are increasing, and also not just the scores piece, but that students who are requiring additional intervention, like tier 2, tier 3, more targeted and or intensive intervention, is actually decreasing, because the universal curriculum is meeting more needs and is providing the differentiation and the accommodation that students need. So I guess those would be 2 measures that we would be looking at.
To that point, would there be any benefit of staggering the introduction, right? So first year kindergarten, second year kindergarten, first grade, third year kindergarten, first. Second. Like, what is the risk associated with introducing a brand new curriculum for a fifth grader?
What's the risk introducing? I don't have a good answer for that, because
Are you saying implementing year by year?
I guess I'm wondering, what is the potential risk, right, of introducing a brand new ELA curriculum for those students that are not kindergartners, right, that have been doing something else for one or more years?
Yeah.
Mid-elementary school career, like what is the risk and what do we do to mitigate that risk when we introduce a new program, right?
right,
I don't know, I guess I don't see a real risk in doing that. I see more that even with students who are in fourth and fifth grade, they'll have similar experiences going into middle school for most schools. Because right now, it's so scattered in terms of what students are learning by grade level, by teacher, by school. So it begins to align those pieces when Laura talked about the horizontal and vertical integration. That was a big piece of interest in implementing the math program. So
year to year, we don't have this, consistency, this desired consistency year to year as it is. So a student going from fourth grade to fifth grade, it's not like we're throwing away this other consistent program part of K4 and suddenly changing it to fifth grade. Like their fourth graders are gonna go to fifth grade and they're gonna get a fifth grade curriculum that has been developed by fifth grade teachers. And that has been happening. And this way, they're getting the fifth grade curriculum. It's just the arts and letters, fifth grade curriculum versus the homegrown curriculum. So in a way, I don't see that as like necessarily like a major shift from what's already happening. Students are going from third grade to fourth grade. They're experiencing a third grade curriculum that has been created by a third grade team, and then going to fourth grade and learning the content of fourth grade that has been developed by a fourth grade team. So I don't necessarily see.
It was already changed.
Yes.
yeah.
We're not interrupting some sort of like continuity that has already existed. As far as, implementation, starting in kindergarten, then rolling to first grade, and then rolling to second grade. I mean, that is a way to implement programs that has been done. I think what can be challenging about that is that what we're hoping is that school-wide, we are able to have these collaborative conversations and these professional learning communities so that the kindergarten teachers are not the only ones that are experiencing this. The kindergarten teachers can talk to the first grade teachers, like, is this really hard for you? I remember as we implemented illustrative math, the kindergarten teams. This has a ton of language. There are so many words associated with this. Hey, first grade team, what are you finding? And then conversations were happening about implementation that were beyond just the 2 teachers or 3 teachers or 4 teachers. It was all of the teachers across the school could talk about the things that were challenging. What I've learned from local districts too is that when sort of global concerns that are being discussed at schools around this curriculum are brought to leaders have a coach connect that they can talk to and get answers and then share those back out to the whole staff. So I think that it's this idea of building kind of collective capacity that is a potential benefit of a K-5 implementation. We're all doing this together. This is hard. And yet we can have these conversations and a better understanding of what it looks like K-5, because I'm not doing this in isolation in kindergarten and then kindergarten in first grade.
One of the other things I'd say related to that we saw with the math program too, is when we did implement K-5. So we planned for that in terms of professional development for the year too. So we had professional development planned out for the entire year. It was K-5. For me, as the assistant superintendent at that time, it was great for me to be in classrooms and I could see the actual progression of the math program when I was in kindergarten class, when I was in a fourth grade class, when I was in a fifth grade class, and I see the same opportunity with this and implementing K-5 because we will have that PD for everyone. It will be a focus of the school for next year. And I thought that was really beneficial for us overall too.
I'll just put a sort of like period on my comments about this too, just like thinking about our commitment to the strategic plan and the curriculum review cycle. I feel challenged thinking that our fifth grade students are gonna have to wait whatever six years to implement this curriculum in their classroom, and in the meantime, you know, we're still tasked with continuing this curriculum work, so you know, we have social studies that we still have to look at, and, you know, soon enough, we have to cycle back to math and figure out if it's still accomplishing what we want. And so when we start changing implementation at different grade levels, we're also, from like a leadership perspective, kind of stretching resources thin, because we can't wait to do some of these other things too. We need to move forward with adopting, looking at our foundational skills piece of this, and we need to look at social studies, so we need to do that soon. And if we were gonna wait for fifth grade or wait for fourth grade to do ELA, then maybe they should be looking at social studies, but from a capacity standpoint, who's gonna work with this group on social studies while we're doing a robust implementation of ELA? So I think there are some logistical challenges that presents too at a systems level.
I don't know, I think the benefit of rolling it out all at once is it's cumulative for the students who are in kindergarten. But if we were to start with kindergarten, and then when they're in first grade, it would be the first grade teacher's first year trying to work through the program.
Oh, yeah.
So by implementing it all now, when those kindergartners hit the fifth grade, those teachers are gonna have that curriculum down, they're gonna have instructional strategies, and it's gonna just be a, I think, added benefit. For the students who get it earlier, it's still gonna be benefit for them.
You convinced me, you convinced me. Yeah.
All right, question.
I have three questions, I guess, to ask him. This isn't, I want to have this come across as like a slide on the current teachers or processes, but how, just so the public knows, how is our ELA program coordinated now, even within the building, or maybe the answer is it's, I mean, as far as like making sure that kids, like, are the teachers, is that Sean's job, or is the teachers communicating, or are they just not doing it? Like, what happens today?
I mean, that's been the tricky piece of this. We did have an aligned foundations integrity program between the two schools, but that was really the one piece that was aligned. And it just it depends on the grade level and the teacher, and that's what we've heard from many of the new teachers. They come in and to create an ELA program, you know, we have some resources and documents through the curriculum work, but ELA is so extensive that it's really hard for new teachers particularly, come in and have to create all of the different pieces to it. So right now, it's very haphazard in terms of.
Building on that, actually, so is this, do you think that this rollout, is the math rollout done? Yeah, this is more, so, because all I teach are at the lower levels, because they're doing it all. Right?
Yeah.
So they're doing it, so the math rollout's done.
Yes.
And do you see parallels between the math rollout and this? I mean, was the math
Yeah.
rollout just by definition easier?
It was
And this
easier,
much harder?
I think it was easier because there's so many different components with the ELA.
Okay.
One of the biggest weaknesses we saw initially, and one of the areas that teachers talked about the most when we talked about an ELA implementation was the writing. Because again, it wasn't necessarily an aligned writing program that was going vertically and horizontally. So, you know, when Lauren presented the information from Arts and Letters, you can see the various types of writing that are earned each year that's spiraling and building upon each other. And that's done in a systematic way. You know, right now we might have various types of writing that's occurring in the classroom, but we could have, you know, an example of narrative writing that's happening similarly in grades K, grades 1, and grades 2, you know what I mean? So you're not getting that systematic examination of those different components. So I think that's another benefit.
Any other questions from the board or the public? Yes.
First of all, thank you for the work. I was not able to continue with the ELA committee, because of other school meetings, but.
Thank you for your work when you were on it.
I do have some big questions, and I've talked to Lucy a little bit and haven't gotten answers, because I think she's had some of the same questions. What is the time frame for the commitment to this curriculum? And I ask that in part because you're locked in to certain texts, which means that new things that are coming out that may be better, maybe more engaging, may be really worth celebrating and exploring with kids, we don't get to do because we're saying we're gonna do these texts for the next 10 years. So I'm just asking like what our thoughts are around the time frame for the commitment to this program. With, and how we think about bringing in new material. So that's my question, so I'll let you answer that first.
Okay, sounds good. I'll share just from a comparison of the two programs, just so you know, we were looking at fish tank. The text and trade books that fish tank had were significantly older and less updated than the ones that we have, the text list that we have available to us through Arts and Letters. We had Cassandra, who's our ELA coordinator at the race school, as well as Stephanie Harold, and Becca Sexton do a deep dive into that. So we've already selected a program that has more up-to-date and relevant texts. I did ask this question of our person, our Caitlin person, we saw it in the corner. And she was not able to provide an exact answer. But what she said is that they are constantly looking at reviewing texts and implementing new things. The fact this just came out in 2024, of the curriculums that are out there, it is one of the most recent curriculums to have updated their trade books. As far as a commitment, only speaking for myself, I would be hoping that we could implement this for at least the next 5 years to understand whether it's meeting our school's needs and having the desired impact on educators as well as students, before we make any big decisions moving forward. That is with the caveat that if for whatever reason this is crashing and burning, we're not just gonna try to slog through it. But that would be an ideal timeline to commit to the implementation and rollout, and then subsequent examination of the results.
Another time related question.
Go ahead.
Looking at the material for the program and thinking about the school day. And you've used the term fidelity a lot. What are we going to have to cut from our school day in order to implement this program with fidelity? And that leads to another related question. We're gonna be reviewing the social studies curriculum. ELA is a natural connection in social studies, but this program does not align with the C3 standards. There are gonna be some connections that can be drawn, but I wonder if it's a missed opportunity and maybe it just doesn't exist. But it seems like if we're looking at a time crunch and implementing, we should be thinking about ELA and social studies and potentially science being integrated so that our reading instruction is giving the content that we want our kids to get in social studies and science. And it feels like if we're investing in a program like this, we're actually asking teachers to cut back on this content that they need to have in these other areas. So I'm like thinking about this. I know that there's a time crunch in our day, and I don't know what has been thought about in terms of how we're going to make this fit. It means that we're gonna have to take some things out. What are we gonna be taking out? It tends to come from social studies and science instruction. That's
In an average schedule, I was gonna ask you a question back, in an average schedule, how much time are teachers currently spending in English language arts?
I think there's probably a big range, especially by grade level. I mean, upstairs, when they have 15-minute periods. We do two periods in our grade, maybe 30-45 minutes something. But it depends because there's a lot of overlap. We have a lot of overlap with what we teach with science in ELA and social studies in ELA, and now it would be totally separate. It wouldn't overlap at all. So that would be a little bit different.
Okay.
And then the younger grades also, you have the phonics component, which is an additional time added in.
Yes.
to the 60 to 90 minutes that is listed there.
Yes, so when we compare the three programs. One of the programs said we need 2 hours. And that was almost automatically like, well, that is gonna be a super challenge. This one, in the presentations that were given, said that 60 minutes is sufficient, and I did ask the question at both the fish tank and this presentation, time is a premium, what if we only have 50 minutes? What if we only have? The answer was, this is why we have implementation teams and support for arts and letters. The answer was, this is why we have implementation support teams. Is that we can work with schools to then decide what makes the most sense, given the constraints that you have. To make sure that students are getting the skills and the knowledge they need to be successful in English language arts. Based on what I've heard from other districts, I do feel confident that working with these implementation teams. We would be able to develop a plan that makes sense in both of our schools, because what is happening here is slightly different, but still at the race school, but we can still reach the desired outcomes. One of the things that was talked about is that there are 4 modules that are part of this curriculum, but you can actually do 3 of them. And still make sure that you're covering the reading genres as well as the writing genres and doing that well. And if we were to do that, then I think that alleviates some of the worries about time, and we would have to rely on administrators, coordinators, my assistants and the assistants of our implementation team to then decide which ones make the most sense, which modules make the most sense. And make those decisions for teachers so that teachers don't have to make those decisions. But I think we can cut the scope, we've been told that we can cut the scope if we need to. In terms of the second part of your question, I am actually going to ask that I get back to you. Because I had a really in-depth discussion with Cassandra and Lucy about this question. Can we, because I think originally I had even gone into this process thinking, how do we do that? How do we make this so interdisciplinary that we have adopted an ELA program, but also simultaneously taking care of some needs in our other important curricular areas? In the conversation that I had with Cassandra and Lucy, the takeaway for me was that is a great unicorn of an idea, but if we're actually teaching within the time constraints that we have these specific language arts skills, then also saying that we're going to deeply cover science and social studies curriculum at the same time is just not particularly doable. However, I'd like the opportunity to get it from the experts and send you a follow-up response, which I'd be happy to share with anybody else. That gives more specific detail about what is possible and what isn't, and then why. So if you give me that, I will get back to you on part 2.
Thank you.
Can you talk more about, you just mentioned the implementation team,
Yes.
what's that look like, was that not for this meeting, that's busy.
I'm happy to talk about it. So the implementation team is actually the group from Arts and Letters, from Great Minds, that partners with our district
Okay,
to make sure that the rollout fits the needs of our district. So it's the liaisons that are directly associated with us. And then in terms of like who could be part of that implementation team at the school levels, I think that's something that is open for discussion as well. If folks are interested in being part of those conversations or part of that work, I think that is important to have a representative group who really knows what's happening, boots on the ground, in each of the schools to be a part of that.
Just to, now that we've had this whole conversation, just to make sure I understand it, one of the reported benefits is that, look, teachers right now spend a ton of time on content creation and designing instructional strategies to make sure that kids succeed. This will allow folks, in part, to focus more on those instructional strategies. The content is provided to them that aligns with everybody else within the district.
Yes,
And then, I guess all of you would have to have a plan in place to help teachers if they needed professional development, maximizing those instructional strategies, right?
yes,
There's only a resource, people can give it in that way.
yes, yes.
Got it.
This feels daunting, but admittedly slightly less daunting considering that we did something very similar for math. Like we have a roadmap in a different subject area, but we have a roadmap of implementation and bumps and how to do this well, and who should be included in those pieces too. So it feels, the implementation piece feels slightly less daunting because we have done this and done so successfully for the first years it was hard.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Baseline.
Thanks, Sean.
All right, now we're moving on to our business. Do I have a motion? Got the minutes.
I move to approve items B through D by consent.
All right, Lisa seconds it. All those in favor, actually, I guess we'll do roll call. Machine is on. Michael?
Costa, yes.
Christie, yes.
Tom, yes.
No, yes.
Daconia, yes.
Unanimous. All right, communications reports. I will not spend time on a chair report tonight. We are obviously working through everything. I appreciate everyone's hard work and also just want to remind everybody that we've asked Sean and his team to do all the work that they did, so thank them for that, and we will get through this budget season from hell or high water. Onto the principals report.
I'm not gonna read you my whole principal's report because it's here for you to enjoy. I'll hit a couple of highlights. Enrollment, we are at 325 students. Pretty much the same as last month, couple changes in grade levels. We had the PTO fall feast, which was really fantastic. This is the only school I've ever been in that has such fantastic PTO that is always doing kind things for the staff, and that's much appreciated. We had Apple Day for our PBIS celebration, and Friday we're going to have Cozy Day as our next school-wide celebration. If anyone wants to come and be cozy, get your favorite stuffy and on Friday. Family Maths Night was a great success. It was our second annual and had a turnout of about 230. That's my correcting me. Had about 275 students and family members, which was fantastic. See. People are interested. The PTO Coffee Talk on Friday is going to focus on literacy screening results, and our very own Lucy Hampton will be giving the presentation and answering any parent questions. We sent home the screening results for all of our kindergarten to third grade students, and probably some parents got that and said, "This is really nice. What do I do with it?" This is the opportunity to come and talk with Lucy. They haven't talked with their teachers. Concerts are coming up next week. Another great time for you to come and join in. Staying on our safety theme, our MCS safety team went to another training about safety assessments. So the state of Vermont requires that every school safety team attend a behavioral safety assessment training. Which was really great. It allowed us to get some strategies for if something comes our way that we feel is unsafe. We now have a toolkit to go and analyze it and do something to make us safer. And pre-K registration is out and about. We've a lot of numbers in my head tonight, but I think that we have either 45 or 54 already that have come in registering pre-K. And I put up pictures for your enjoyment. Who doesn't like smiling preschooler with you having? I will take any questions or comments.
Sean.
There you go. I'm gonna leave the celebrations to you, Mr. Gaia, but given the propensity of my own children to wear sweatpants and sweatshirts, perhaps a wear real pants celebration, a real treat, or at least my kids.
We do fancy day once a year.
Oh, fancy day. There you go.
I look forward to fancy day. Thank you.
All right, on to. We'll just refresh on here. Ray Robbins report.
I will make it brief. I had my first snow day call yesterday, so that was. Had been in the works. I was prepared for that, getting all the TV stations notified, doing everything online. Been practicing my scripts, I had everything written out, and fortunately. It all turned out, I think, fairly well.
Yeah.
It did do what it was supposed to do, and snow all day for me, so I didn't look too badly by 10 AM. But that was quite a lot of work, actually, doing the snow day. I've done it at my previous district, but I thought it was way more stressful here, but that's, I've gotten that down, so I'm prepared for future snow days. Other than that, I've been spending a lot of time in budget meetings. We've been facing issues with our healthcare costs in the other districts, so we've been making a lot of revisions to all of our budgets, including this one, because of higher costs in various areas. So I've been spending a lot of time on the budget meetings and then still trying to spend time in the schools. And I've been over in Marion Cross quite a bit recently and last month, and had some great opportunities to be in classrooms. And this month for our principals meeting, we'll be looking at what was happening with the supervision and evaluation with each of the principals. So talking about the walkthroughs that have been happening and the formal observations, getting an update on those, and that will be coming up next week for hearing for us. So happy to answer any questions. I didn't get any angry emails about the snow day. And you did well. I was waiting.
It's your voice that's recorded now, right? On the snow phone?
I did, yeah.
My voice is, I really like her voice. Might have been something as Jamie's. It was a little bit obvious, I mean.
I did my own voice and everything. Computer generated recording. So.
All right, any other questions for Robin? All right, Mari, do you have anything?
Yes.
She has her report.
Yeah, but really not a lot. I'm gonna let you read it. I'm a couple months in now, and that is really exciting, and it has helped me really think about my work and sort of the buckets of work that I am operating in. So while this is not everything that is being worked on at the SAU, I took this opportunity to share with you 4 goals that I have for myself. That I will use to measure my own success and growth and learning in the remainder of the year. And I would be happy to answer any questions about my goals. And or look forward to future conversations with Robin about how I move forward with them.
I just appreciated reading them. Yeah. It's helpful to know kind of where you see your priorities.
Actually, one question I had, so when we're doing these, math curriculum, is that strictly just for the grade schools?
No, but when I came in, we were really looking at more alignment between the two elementary schools, so that's been a big focus for us. And at the high school, it's really documenting curriculum.
Okay, but as far as rolling out this math and now the ELA, that's just at the elementary.
Yes.
So it's nothing to do with high school.
No.
All right, and on to Teresa, do you have anything?
Just really, it's the same thing, meetings, lots of meetings. Getting lots of adjustments with budgets, and it's pretty much all that's going on.
Thank you for that. At this point, this is going to end our regular session, we'll be back to, you know, presuming everything goes well, to approve the, as you can see there from the back that. You know. Sorry, the negotiations, so do I have a move, actually? Does somebody have a move? Well, actually, this should probably be a two-part. Move it to. Into our executive session, do you want me to? Put that motion based on that? Let's see. Contracts there.
Gotta somehow either do. Potentially 3 motions.
Yeah.
Because we've got 3 different reasons for going into executive session.
I only know of 2 of them, so I can't.
You want me to, I'll get us started?
Sure.
Move to find premature knowledge of tentative labor agreement with Norwich Education Association with the board of suspension disadvantage because it would reveal negotiated parameters prior to ratification. So we just need a second for that.
Second, roll call.
Costi, yes.
Christie, yes.
Yes.
Odell, yes.
Gina DeConia, yes.
And I guess with that, we'll have a second motion moving to executive session on that, what do you think, or should we make a first motion on all?
I think we can go ahead and make these first motions on all of them, and then we can make one motion that covers the 3. Okay. Oh, you want to do it?
I was,
Sorry, yeah, we can do that. Move to find that premature knowledge of the current step and track grievance arbitration with the Norwich Education Association would put the board in substantial disadvantage because it would reveal parameters related to the arbitration.
right, that's it. Lisa,
Costi, yes.
Christie, yes.
yes.
Odell, yes.
DeConia, yes. Yes, DeConia.
Got a third vote, okay, this one just for leave request, all right?
You want me to try to make one up for that one too?
Yeah, this one is the same.
This one I think might even be a little bit.
I was gonna say, this one's just, probably wrong one. I should say, we're gonna play, right?
Yeah.
All that.
Here, why don't I do this? We've found premature knowledge of, a leave request, from an employee would put, the board at substantial advantage because it would reveal, personal identifying information about a current employee.
So, it's great. Lisa seconds,
Costi, yes.
Christie, yes.
yes.
So, yeah.
DeConia, yes.
Right. And the second motion I'll make, the move to enter into executive session for the purpose of discussing. These 3 items, the leave request, the negotiations, and step and track grievance. Do I have a second?
Second, Costa. Costi, yes.
Christie, yes.
Yes.
Odell, yes.
DeConia, yes.
Right. We'll move into our executive session and then we'll be out, so I think I said the meeting's basically over all its purposes.
Here it's snack pile there.
That's nuts.
Front of your dinner, right? It's like a different thing every time.
Three kids at home.
I need dinner for everybody else then.
Okay, we're back in public session. I think we're. Is Gina on? Sorry, I lost my Zoom.
She might have signed up. Hi, Gina.
Oh, Gina's here, okay. Okay, so we're back in public session. I need two motions. Oh, no, we don't need this. No.
Yeah.
So we've got the agreement motion. So do we have a motion to approve the agreement with the NEA?
Yes, move to approve the tentative agreement with the Norwich Education Association for the 26, 27, 27, 28, and 28, 29 school years.
Second, Lisa, second.
Second, but it's with gratitude to the negotiations team. Thank you.
Thank you for our work. We'll go to roll call.
Cost, yes.
Christie, yes.
Tom, yes.
Rebel, yes.
DeConia, yes.
Okay, that is unanimous. All right. Thank you for getting that approved. All right, topics for next meeting. Our next meeting is January 7th. We'll probably have lots of budget items to discuss then. Get any other topics you might have.
The budget is coming, the budget
The budget.
I have a motion to adjourn.
Move that we adjourn at 9:46 p.m.
And I will continue to be the second for the entire evening.
All those in favor?
Costa, yes.
Christie, yes.
Tom, yes.
Rebel, yes.
DeConia, yes.
Thank you, Gina.
Thanks.
Bye,
everybody.
thanks. Sorry to miss you in person. Bye.
Being with us.